And we're back. We're on. We're back. Not really back, but starting stream. And as hopefully I keep on the title, but happy 4th of July. Happy like 150th Independence Day, which is probably night, and probably some of you is the next day actually. But it's still the 4th for me. And we're gonna just do more space stuff, program stuff. Probably the more fitting game. That would have been the 4th. Hello, Blamoose. Hello, welcome. Oh, this is probably to do with the new DLC mission builder thing, which a lot of people in the feedback said that mission builder was like kind of pointless in this game. Yeah, it makes sense. When you could just kind of role play your own missions if you really wanted to. Oh yeah, we got plans on sending. Oh yeah, I forgot to look at these things. We save the Kerbin. In a sense, I'm hoping I don't keep getting. Oh, we could grab this one as well. Yeah, we'll grab that just to like, because we can easily get to Minmus. Which we do need to do like kind of a fly. Oh, this is a lot of money. What's the reason of this one? Oh, this is that rover. You know what? No, I don't want to do another rover thing. Even if you give me 350,000 for it. I already got I got this one that's going to give me 388,000. If I could go buy Eve, that would give me lots of money, which we're doing pretty good for money. Hello, bless Durstay. Yay, Kerbals. Yay. Oh, what I was going to mention, a more fitting game probably would be either like Helldivers 2, uh, or even just DCS for like America stuff. If you want to be like America. Otherwise, this is also kind of like America stuff, space program. Like if you think of like NASA and stuff. Haven't played it for months. Good idea. Need which you know, it's funny enough. Like I guess that's how like nostalgia games going back on things, because like I saw someone else playing it and felt like getting back on playing this again. DCS played a lot. Oh yeah. I, have you not gone on DCS since that? Yeah, it's Kerbal Space Program too. It had like high hopes for it, but doesn't help if for whatever reason let go your entire dev team that was building it. So I guess they're going to just get whatever money out of it just by having it sit on alpha. Like, hopefully it's like known or told in it that, oh yeah, maybe alpha, but it's going to forever be stuck in alpha. We're like never going to like get it done. Just be sitting in there. Okay. I do remember we need to get... I think this one has, yeah, no crew in it or anything. We need to... yeah, bring these guys... Even though right now they're just kind of orbiting around. Yeah, I put that as a relay, and then this just a part that I'm gonna just destroy later. Yeah, these is the set of guys that are... we just want to get them back. Yeah, because this guy specifically is sitting with a lot of science I would like to get back. Yeah, this game is still pretty good. Even if there is like a few like uh convenience fixes on number 2 that sound like would have been fun to like play with. But I waited to get the game for when it's like released, or at least has more content than this game. And from finding out that they never get to that, I'm kind of glad I didn't buy Kerbal Space Program 2. But we do have Kitten Space Agency to look forward, which I think there's a dev from Kerbal Space Program helping on that game, and so it makes sense that there's a lot of similarities to that. Just wait for KSP 3. No, at this point, just it's a totally different game. Yes, kittens sound cool. Yeah, if you haven't heard, look up Kitten Space Agency. And what's interesting is not only they doing like the same kind of fun space ideas, they also have they're building just our real system into it. Like, so there's going to be Earth, Mars, and all that in there. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, it was until someone else pointed out that they are doing I think it's like it makes sense if one or like some of the team is like, well, if Kerbal Space Program 2 is not going to do it, we're going to do it ourselves. And wanted to keep that more improvement and stuff. And because what I've heard is they're designing their own engine now to work with that game. Yeah, these guys were at Minimus. They well, I should say this one Kerbin was at Minimus doing a contract over there to gather. Well, not really he wasn't really there to gather science, but to do a rover job. Not seeing it. Oh, did I change it to like a station or something? Oh, you know what? That's why I turned it into this relay. So this part was sitting on the moon, and I figured to hold it. When I got the contract done, finally put into position or so, so these rover missions, supposedly the idea is to bring like parts and then construct them into a rover, which I even stuck the claw back onto it to save any little weight. So this thing and the claw, the grabbing unit, was on the other thing that the Kerbin's flying, just to grab and hold onto this part, because that's just easier than trying to stick in wheels. And when you're doing the whole editing thing, engineer thing, makes physics just break in the game, and the whole vessels likes to flip into the air and stuff. It makes it more more just practical to stick a grabbing unit and then pick up the piece and move it yourself with the shuttle. And then I thought, like, well, I have enough Delta V, and it has a big relay thing. Like, why not I just turn this into a new relay station just around Minmus, because I don't have any yet doing that. So yeah, therefore I have this floating around here. And it had a Science Junior, which I took more science off of it just because, just to get like whatever little. So I just like left it there. I could close it and stuff, but which this should be. Wait, why is this not hibernating? Hibernate. Just to save any like little power. Not that it like it has apparently enough power with these solar panels, so. But it has really no fuel or like propulsion ability. And I took some science off of that too, but I didn't have an engineer to reset them, so I just kind of just left them like that. Yeah, I would need a scientist, like you said, to do that. I had the engineer with me, so I didn't care to bother resetting things. Because the mission wasn't to get more science, which I wouldn't really got any more science anyway, unless I hopped around biomes, which I don't really have the Delta V to do that. So what I don't need to go back to the station when I could just switch to. Just looking at the map like that. This is who we need to bring back, sitting with all the science. 5 data things of science here. Which, that's just 50, 150 there, the surface sample, because I was in a different biome. The material study. The surface sample's even more than that, the material study. And 40 science on just a temperature, and seismic scan. So yeah. Yeah, there's nothing new for like crew reports for me to get science on that. I think the crew reports, like those are nice, that you can just send them right away, so you don't have to worry about bringing them up, because you get full science with that. I could transmit, and then I believe I just still keep that, and then, but yeah, I'd rather just bring that back with me. Right, that was an engineer you need together. Yeah. Well, I brought an engineer knowing I need someone to pull parts on and off. This actually had a whole thing on the side to it had little rotation things. It had hinges. It had hinges on the sides and then the claw in front and stuff. As I said before, I left some parts on the other thing, but it had a whole like landing gears on the sides that folded out. That's why it's like kind of designed in this funny way. These were on top of that, and I moved it to like I placed them on the side like this, just so I still have like all this power. And then I plan to fold these in when I'm going to go into the atmosphere and all that. So yeah, we just need to go that way. Which, you know what, we'll just burn out this way, and then we'll first just burn a little bit just to escape its atmosphere. Or gravitation, I mean. Is it? Yeah, we'll try to do just enough to escape which is, I could see is just 3 seconds of burns. It's not going to take much. And then we'll figure out how we want to get to Kerbin. Maybe we'll try to like target our space center here. Can we create that? No, I guess we can't create it as a target, whatever. Interesting build. Yeah, when I make a lander, I like to have the build as... Oh, that's right. You have no onboard SAS. Oh, that's right, because I was dumb on... I should have not removed the part, because apparently removing it made it so I could stick it back on. Because it would not allow me to attach it anywhere for some reason. I even tried to stick it down here, and that's why there's this other part floating as a debris. So this was my SAS helper. And I can't stick it back on, just for whatever reason. So I gave up trying to, and I didn't want to revert to any previous saves and redo stuff. So I just left it off, and I'll just work with, do it, I guess, the old fashioned manual way. And challenge my skills of using my sticks here. Which, by the way, I got flight sticks hooked in to control these things, and using joystick gremlin to essentially keybind to keyboard buttons, because this game's not built to understand all these buttons that these sticks has. These controller sticks, like flight sticks. Which I got for mainly for like flight simulators. Let's just do a quick save, and we can speed up time instead of sitting here talking forever. Because it would be like 30 minutes in real time to wait if I didn't speed up time. That's probably what really takes me like 20 minutes. I'm starting to now do something in this. So we need to just simply hold this direction for 3 seconds. That'll speed up time a little bit so we don't have to wait for a minute. I'll go in this view just to... And the difficulty is going to be where I can't easily hold, which is another reason why it would be really nice if I had SAS, but I'm not perfectly balanced centrally, so it's another problem with this design, but it's best I can work with. Bye, Mid-Miss. It looks like Mid-Miss spins faster than the moon. It probably won't matter if I go way out over there, but what I would like to do, if I could really find, is there a way to focus onto this or something? Oh, it's, yeah, I was like, oh, it can set target? No, it's setting target to that. Sometimes I wish I can control the camera more than it lets you. Like, I would like to just center things visually, like with the space center, and figure out in what spot to like centralize my orbit on it, and I think around here I want to do that, but all I can do is like try to like eyeball the whole thing. Is there like an angle thing I can go off of on this? Oh, is that oh, that's lower into next maneuver. Oh, I wonder if longitude descent is this? Yeah, so I'm assuming if I get this to 90, oops. If I get that to 90, that will be perfectly leveled. And then I can be like leveled essentially with the Space Center if it's like perfectly on the equator or whatnot. That's probably as best I can go. But that's if I can like, even though that's 1 second burn, you know what? I'm going to burn like more gently on this. Actually, let me see something. Because that's just angle-wise. So what about this? Where would I don't know. Is there a way to like I don't know how to really read that. I'm gonna guess that that's the spot I want it. Probably doesn't help that I'm doing it so far away. Which I don't know if that's the most efficient way to go about this. Maybe it is a thing because it is just a second. Only 20 delta V basically to do. Maybe this is when you're like farther out from the orbit, it does make sense that it takes less to change your trajectory, if that makes sense. Because you're going comparatively slower in orbit. Or are you going? I don't know, maybe I'm not thinking, because I was wrong on like where you want to place the weight on the rockets. I for some reason assumed that like you want it on the bottom of the rocket because gravity. I don't know. But apparently that's not the thing when you're thinking of like the mass of the rocket flying through the air of aerodynamics. But yeah. You speed up time. And it doesn't exactly matter where I land. Like, I'm not going to get any significant amount of money to worry about doing it over here. I'm just going to burn in this location anyway. And then I could just gently go like this. It makes it longer than just a second, but that's calculating with like just full throttle. And this will help be more gentle with it. There. And now I could just, from anywhere, watching that, I could just burn retrograde right here. And just burn down my speed. Yeah, there's the circle. And I want to burn it down actually to like 70. Why am I getting a moon encounter? I do not want that actually. That would save. No, I'm gonna. For one, it's gonna mess up my orbit a little bit on that. I wonder. Wait, why is that exiting? Let me see something. Like, do have enough delta V to kind of play with this. Kind of curious. So retrograde. Well, that really messes up the... Wait, where are you going? Oh, you're... Yeah, you're going out like that now. I don't want to be that strangely out of the orbit. We have enough delta V that we can just slow down enough to be like... Wait. Yeah, we could do that, and then... I don't know how much it's going to really save, because it will get us down to there. Maybe. But yeah, that's close to... Yeah, we'll quick save and just try it. Just warp here. Because that would save some number of delta V to just shrink it like down from there, and then that to like that. I was thinking of burning some amount while we're in there, but I gotta wait coming all the way back around. This mission's be that long. We're probably getting opportunities of other contracts and losing like, I'm tired of going back and forth on this just to be efficient of contracts. Like, I'm doing well with my contracts at the moment. Now, what we'll do is on here, I'm going to equalize ourselves again, and that'll probably like get this to like 90. I'll likely be right on the horizontalness of there. So I think they probably put them I don't know. Well, at least put like that, even though that's like 80 for some reason. Oh, I see there is like a... Oh, wouldn't that be like... I don't know if I'm just like, because of my orientation, I'm seeing it. Yeah, maybe that's what... We'll see. I don't know if it's like too loud or anything. Oh, also, I wanted a burning. Yeah, because I got plenty enough. Now I'm going to do a very quick save. Do about there. And before I forget, I'm just going to retract these. We probably do that just to see where. I still got 1,200 left in me, so probably around there. And the idea is to, when we hit the atmosphere, just burn as much as we can, not worry about where I'm going to land really. That's why I don't mind going just way past the center, because I need to use my engines to slow down as much as I can, because I don't have much heat shield on this. That was kind of in plan. I wanted to just have enough delta V to deal with. I didn't want to put like a heat shield or use some other kind of capsule to, be difficult to put what I want on this. Let me check. Are these all? Yeah, they are. I'm just a little lopsided. Even if this like possibly will explode, I'm just going to keep it there. And in a way, it's better for this to be retracted or extended out in a sense than retract, because when you retract, it's going to be down like that. So might as well extend. And then that's covered essentially more. Okay. Rather have that quick save on how it was before. And the Space Center is actually like right there. Looks like I might closely fly right over it, so like if anything, I might be close to that over there. Use the rest of my fuel in this. Just do that just in case. Sorry if it's loud on those engines are going. But hey, as expected, I slowed down enough that I don't see me burning too badly in the atmosphere. Yeah, I just might hit that other island. Be interesting if I do. Oh, there goes that thing. I guess that broke anyway. You know what? I'm not going to even try to fight it. Just fly whatever direction you want. I just might lose that thing as well, but well, I'm through the atmosphere, so I guess because it technically like it saw it as extended, so it's like, oh, atmosphere pressure, rip it off. Okay. I guess it's a little more top heavy, so it's doing that. But it should correct itself as it goes down because they are on the top of it, so okay, so yeah, I'm not gonna fully reach over there. It was pretty close. So yeah, we're getting Jerfin safely back here. Only took another 46 days of gravity floating that you had to do. I think I hear some fireworks going off outside. I think it was like kind of raining though. It's like it's a bit stormy. So I'm not sure. Sadly, it's like not really a great day for a bunch of fireworks. I mainly had this one just in case I really need to do a lot of slowdown of speed, but it's pretty good. Like already these were like enough for it. Yeah, see, going even under 5 meters a second, it's going to take a bit for it to float down. But we kept this little solar panel apparently. It yeah, even with like a little bit of rotation wise and stuff, it's not draining much power. Well, because that's just enough to still keep power for it. Sometimes if you have that like on all the way 4, it can like make something explode as it hits the ground. So a lot of times I want to try to go to real time just in case. But there we go. We're gonna recover all that science, and we already finished the contract, so it was just getting him back home. Yeah, see, I thought there would be 500, but I guess I miscalculated the math. Maybe one of the things I already had already. And that recovered a lot of the capsule back. And he got to level 2. So now it's just looking at these other contracts. I thought we did this one. Oh, this is transfer any crew between vessels near Minmus. We do gotta like also get a part on Minmus. Do some stuff on the moon. So we got like a lot of Minmus stuff. Gotta see. Build a new orbital station around. Of course. But I can't accept any more offers. Well, what I might do because of the money I have. Yeah, it's not that. You know what? I'm going to upgrade this just so in case I need a. Like that one contract I just seen would be handy to. I'm going to do a save first, which is always risky to be in this load thing if I accidentally load, but. I want to do a save. It looks like number 2, save 2 is the one that wanted to do that before I just upgrade this. Because I have enough money to just fully upgrade it. Now I could just accept contracts like this one, which is 17 years till then. And it would be building an orbital station around Midmiss. And that could probably help do some contracts of the other stuff when I... Hello, DJ Masked Raccoon. Welcome. Yeah, I wanted to do some uh, do some of this today. On didn't go have like a meetup or anything. I need to check what's like going on and server at the moment. Sometimes like some of this stuff happens like when I'm like not looking at or being able to monitor some stuff, and it like things are going crazy at the moment. Uh, those like drama things going on. Hey, stealth unit. I'm doing well, thanks. A little distracted on like having to like look at something that's Discord related. I hear fireworks exploding outside. Trying to figure out like what like started something. Hear the drawing. Yeah, it's It looks like just some heated stuff that need to try to like help with on where I think like people it's like where something's brought up and then people are overreact like a few are like overreacting on things. Yeah. Which is funny that like so many like probably like argue that they don't like drama or want to have drama, but then in a sense create drama. It's like sometimes you gotta like pump it's that sense of you gotta like sometimes like humble to some point that you feel harmed and wronged and all that, keeping things calm and peaceful for everyone else. It's like don't be so bothered about things. And which comes true on what you're even bothered about, because there is a lot of things that are just not worth it. And like even in like politics and stuff, like it depends on I would say what's more important is worrying about any actual per se freedoms, even further than that, on what is we're concerning over morality and truth, and even as far as someone's eternal soul would be more worth uh, going into a debate rather than any like little just personal offensiveness. This is sorry if it's like a minute of like silence and me just like looking at something here. Yeah, that's certainly fine. Probably might even go to the AFK screen for a moment here, just to look at this stuff. So, be right back, guys. Thanks for the follow. I could go in this one. Yeah, it's looks like it's just kind of fine. It's just one of those like little manners that I think people were starting to let like get to them, and they were like starting to like poke at each other's from saying certain things or so, and it's like, you know, don't need to go there. Just trying to type out this thing or so. Mute? No, I just wasn't talking. Might have been like talking like soft enough or it looked like I was saying something. Oh, it might have been like it was picking up my keyboard sounds. If you saw my avatar moving his lips as if it was talking a little bit. So yeah, it's just yeah. It makes sense on like also with somewhat the conflict and almost assumption like poor assumptions or how things were escalating a little because different beliefs and uh, things of that nature clashing. So that's where it's difficult. It's like you can like try to be like so tolerable and stuff, but like when it conflicts on like how you may even like speak to one another can like be an issue. Yeah, exactly. Like, and that's what I was trying to like get advice on is like, like I was just saying like in a little bit earlier is like just don't let things like just silly things like oh get you overreacting and stuff and even now like you're somewhat bringing up some like religious stuff. I would say more spiritual kind of beliefs or mindsets because interesting thing with like the biblical teachings isn't really like there's a way you could say that it's not religion, because the word religion itself is contrary to what the Bible teaches. Religion being about your one self effort and ability to relink yourself to God or to some high being. Like there's something with the word religion came from like some Latin word. I always forget like when I hear like the detailed explanation of it, but like I always remember it's like it's something to do with like linking. That's where religion, like relinking yourself or something on with your own means and effort, which wouldn't be biblical teaching of how it says only Jesus can bring us to the Father, as Jesus says that I am the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father but through me. So yeah, a little bit of just saying that it's sometimes hard to want to say about religion when it like if you want to be very specific. Wish I knew my dad knows a lot of the Bible. I know, like, me. Oh yeah. Well, you gotta spend a lot of your days studying in it, or even simply going to church each Sunday. If you go to like a good church that is doing expository teaching, meaning like read straight from the word and then and go from there. Like, what is this word teaching? And basically preach from the Bible, not put in these ideas and then try to take pieces of the Bible to that's what's like called there's a word of like exegesis and then something else. Like you're not trying to impose your ideas into the Bible. You're just taking the words of the Bible in context to see what it's really teaching and saying. So that's what I would encourage and advise on the type of churches to want to look for. Yeah, and that's the trouble with today too, especially if you're in like some other country. Like America at least has freedom of that. You can like almost like window shopping kind of thing. It's kind of sad that like it seems like that in a sense, but what's to say? But you have like kind of more choices to into that. In a different country, can't think of like one like just for some safety on thinking of like someone that like mentioned it. But like some countries like maybe like overly like Catholic or something, or may not have a local church to conveniently just find and go to. That's right. Well, I would say not just avoid like any church at like of all, but then again, like it is better to do that actually, read the Bible and try to study it yourself than to go to a corrupt church that is going to just put in their own agenda in the scriptures. So can't say, so I can't really guess. No, it's saying egg like linear egg. Oh, yeah, sorry. And hopefully you're able to spend like as much time as you can, like especially knowing it is like last day, as it's certainly good to, because later gonna be missed. I've forgotten a lot of stuff nowadays. Yeah, I can relate on one of my side grandparents. Really seemed like they kind of like lost their minds at the end of their days. It was kind of sad how like it seemed like they changed a lot. So it's hard to say how much we can really blame on their fault or so on certain decisions. But we still try to like do what we could for their like last days before they passed away. And most importantly, we just pray on their soul that they did get saved at the end. As far as we know, like it seemed like they looked at the Bible at least with like pages kind of like bent or so, like as if like was looking through it. But yeah. Otherwise, like it's very helpful when you find a good church that preaches from the Bible and having a heart to follow the authority of Scripture, basically, and to seek on understanding what God left us, like commanded for us to do in life. And it's not so much like, oh, this big to-do list of like God. It like we still look at the Old Testament and like the laws on what they had, and it's nothing to say that those laws are just like thrown us to the side or anything, but like there is a good importance of understanding the fulfillment of them, the reason of those laws, and how Jesus fulfilled them. And there's good point and reason why we don't keep certain laws when they were meant for like civil laws and ceremony laws for Israel. And they have a significant reason. And hello, Carbon Tundra. Kind of came in like a little deep topic. Yeah, I could see how my lips kind of look like they're moving. It just because like I'm typing here, trying to like just. Oh yeah. There. Well, I'm using Vignon. I think there is like kind of like I'll have to look search through it if there is like a filter and whatnot. Yeah, of course. Like I see like being pointed out of like, which is exactly what I was like mentioning about like, oh, well, there's like if you mix fabrics, oh, that's a sin. Oh, if you eat shrimp, that's a sin. It's like there's a reason for it. It was for the time Jews. That's not to say, oh, things changed. Oh, that means laws, moral laws of God just changes over time. No, there's uh, for one, they didn't have ways to. They didn't have doctors in modern medicine to prevent certain diseases, so you could like look at it that way too. But also, uh, it was just teaching them to. For one, God was putting Israel to be apart from the whole other world, to be separate of the world, to be different than what a lot of the cultures and stuff just did whatever. So it was kind of more so than just like what was just best to do, because of course just mixing a fabric and stuff is not like going to cause any harm really. But it was to put them as holy. Like the word holy is to set apart, to make it more special, to be a part of common things, if that makes sense. And that was what it was meant for of Israel. And by the way, with all these laws, they didn't really, they even like followed them all. Israel, a lot of times it pointed out they mainly ignored the very first commandment of like of the 10 commandments, the ones that still are applied today because of being a moral law. And they disobeyed making other gods like idols, which was in violation of like the very first command that God had for them, to not make other gods before him. And so God disciplined them a lot. You have to use third-party program. Oh yeah, for the filters, yeah. So yeah, that's the simplest, kind of simple answer to like, but you'd have to look at each law and then like what's the point and the meaning of that law to really point out like why we don't use it today, and like we don't have to worry about the whole mixing fabrics and eating shrimp and all that stuff. Like with the dietary laws, the food, even in the Bible is pointed out how God made it clean, with like a vision with Peter, and even something that Jesus said that whatever you put in your mouth just like goes through your body, just normal anatomy, physics. uh, but but what comes out of your mouth, what defiles a man. Pretty much pointing out that like more so you worry about what's in your heart and what you speak, what you're saying, than worrying about what dirty, like possible dirty dirt that you're putting in your body. And so in that sense, you could say that Jesus pronounced like foods are now just clean. But more so like, because again, after Jesus raised from the cross, fulfilled the meaning of like a lot of those laws, and it's and in the early churches, like God through His Spirit didn't put like such restricted laws onto them, and which in a sense was more of a challenging of like not having these like I guess bringing it all up, like reason why I brought it all up even is like what probably makes it so hard for people to go to the churches, thinking that there's like so strict follow laws, this problem with even like having that, which what they even struggle with on letting go in a sense, is it's not your works that makes you righteous, because that's the deception it can pull onto you, is follow this law, check mark, this and that, okay, I'm good now, and pretty much not change your heart at all, and not have this born again spirit that Jesus brought up, that they should have even known before, that they actually had script, which is why he when you talk to Nicodemus, I believe it was Nicodemus, like I could be wrong with that, but when you talk to him that one night about being born again, that he should have known these things, because they had the scripture that talked about such things, even at that time. And having like this kind of like idea of like, you need to be in a new creation, being born again. And without that, then it's like, are you really got a heart for God? Are you really repented of your sins and living for a holy life for God? Like, are you wanting to like actually please God, or are you wanting to just feel like you're righteous? Yeah, distract me too much to like really go into. Doesn't look like there's like a kind of deep discussion going on in there. Okay. Well, where was I? Let me get back to this. So I guess like little sidetrack, but hopefully that was like a lot of good things to point out. Yeah. Say something wrong by yeah, it happens. Yeah. What do you mean by if you say something wrong by accident? Which, that's what I feel like was like kind of going like, it's very hard to be so careful of what you say that it's not going to like get the wrong impression and start like a giant fight. And that's the other thing you gotta like consider and humbly consider at times. Because I know nothing. I wish I can do more talk like this, but oh yeah. Well, again, that the only way to get better than that is to study the Bible more, or like I was saying, going to a church that preaches from the Word. Otherwise, can't give that excuse too much when you just don't actually spend the time to learn it. But with anything, it's of course a choice. What was the thing that I was like? I think I got 8 contracts. I think I already grabbed that. Was there another one that I was going to grab in here? Cover. Well, let's cover a module in orbit. I know. Oh yeah, I think I was spying that as well before like the other stuff I was thinking of. Let's rescue another Kerbal. But I do need to kind of go through and just... This one I don't need to worry about until I want to like just get it done, but I need to go through... Well, that one's the earliest right now. And then there's... Yeah. So I want to set off and just get that going, and then we can worry about rescuing. And part of that is I need to get myself aligned with Eve, and right now it's like way over there. Like, even if I at least get it to here, that would be good. Wasn't it like 52? Yeah, 52 degrees is like over here. So, like, yeah, this is, I believe, 90, yeah, if I'm thinking my math right. So if I could wait for Eve to get around here, that might speed up time to like just do that. Which I might consider. What was the other one? Yeah, just rescuing him, because all the other things are longer than 5 years. So even if this takes a few years to do, I still would be good to like do these other missions other than just rescuing him, which I can do after I just set this off. Or I could just rescue him first while I wait for a better... Which I might put them in orbit. Because I know nothing. Well, yeah, and you could like, can know later. Yeah, and of course, like, someone's pointing out like something going a little intense. That's why, like, the easy thing is like, oh, just like completely put in like the rules of like no politics, no religious talk, da da da. The problem is of like, well, let's just silently never bring up things that will be in disagreement or contrary of others, just so there's no offense to go on, but in the background you could be still building up like silent hate in a sense. Like, it's good to actually learn to talk and bring up these things. So I'm trying to just think of like responding here. I don't mind talking about talking about the biome. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's can be like with a lot of things. It's hard not being lazy because it takes effort to not be lazy. There's not much is going on again. I try to not like have like these distractions like while I'm like middle streaming and stuff, but timing sometimes is just isn't convenient like that. Yeah, drama. Which is kind of sad on how so many do find it entertaining, and that of itself is kind of a concerning problem going to where so many, which is funny, like people that may even like say that they don't like drama, but like there's some amusement in some way of just seeing drama unfolding. Maybe it's some part of our mind wanting to like just fix things, and but I just feel like I having to like give a little bit of warning I don't want to like feel like I'm having to like give like big threats or so. I don't think it's like getting still yet to that, but I do feel like there is a little push of that. You know? Okay, yeah, yeah. Thanks for dropping by. I do want to try to like do another like probably only have time to do like one more little thing or so because I only got if I want to have like proper sleep, I only have like a few more hours, which in this game is like doing one more thing, depending what that one thing is, and if anything, it might be like go halfway in something and then I gotta stop. And now it's like kind of distracting me to want to like give input in this discussion because it's to do about like, well, why is this one god better, like more real than all the other god? Like that's the deceptiveness of all the other thousands of other gods and religions and stuff. That they're supposedly in equal grounds of the Christian Bible and stuff, and this is not to be like so prideful or bold of saying it, like because Jesus himself said that he is the only way, the truth, and the life, that no one goes to the Father but through me. There's a huge significance of him saying that, uh, and the truth of reality is that there is only one truth. Reality can only exist with one truth. I say look at the evidence of things and just what really is true. And I am convinced that there is enough proof and truth that Jesus really did raise from the grave. Look at the history of all that. Look at the witnesses that testify that he was raised from the Christ. Their lives that they put, not just that they died for this supposed truth, the fact that if it was even possibly a hoax, that so many would die for that. And sure, there could have been like just this strange cult that they all died for this supposed truth. But even then, does not make sense of how it's recorded in such a horror uncultured way that they even had women first being the first witnesses that would really disrupt on being any grounds in their culture to say that that was an evident witness or so. I guess to simply say there's to simply say that there's more to it than just like them believing on to their life on something, but like it is certain evidence to say that 12 people did not break, even going through so much torture, that for them to say that he raised from the grave, and for it to not, would so certainly had to been a hoax, because they really truly knew that Jesus died, and for it to be untrue, they had to completely lie about that. And that is just so against just making sense of humanity, that they would just not one of them broke to say that I was lying. Please stop torturing me. Yeah. Or if it's like boring for anyone, I tell probably like people are like coming, going, probably from all this, but if anything, I am just playing Kerbal Space Program and until it gets late enough that I should head to bed. So, and for like YouTube, I could, if I really wanted to, but I'm probably not going to bother too much to care, is I could edit out all these paused points and stuff to just like make it quicker to go through the video, but I'm still chilling. Nice. Okay. I did want to open up, we look at my rocket, because what I might do for the one for the mission for Eve is, yeah, it was under orbitals, the Eve orbital, and this rocket here. This guy should have enough delta V to get to Eve. And what I'll do, even though it's not the right window right now, I may choose my selected team, which I don't want to send off my first main pilots, or not pilots, team. Where's my first? Was Rodnad one of the first? Thought you had like a scientist also. Where's my? Oh, you know what? He might be. One of them might be sitting in my station around Kerbin, still researching science. But I'm probably going to just pick whoever that I don't mind. Yeah, I do have. I might, you know what? You might be the engineer for this job, because I only have like one other engineer, this Jerfin, and he's almost leveling to 3. So like, if he gets like a lot of XP through this voyage, I can have him for that. But we'll pick. Yeah, there's not a way to see how their levels of. I do see that they have different G-force intolerance, which is interesting. Maybe I would need someone with high G-force intolerance. Because if he levels and gets even more G-force intolerance, then maybe he's going to be the one that I'll just grab whenever do these really crazy missions. But then I need just a scientist to help with all the other stuff, so I'll just choose you. So that's team, and that's why I'm bringing this capsule of 3, just so if I need any of those 3 to, like, if I need the engineer to like switch out a part somewhere or move it, it's not gonna, like, I'm not bringing any like extra parts of something, so other than there is like a few like extra mystery goo. extra of these things. I could probably delete these just so that the center of mass. Well, there's the ladder, so. Oh, let me see. What was the weight of that thing? Because that's 0.15. The ladder is, well, either of them are 0.05. And you combine that with this and that. Well, not light scanner. Oh yeah, that was. Oh, that was the other thing Yeah, why I haven't shot this off, because I'm gonna remove symmetry on these guys just so I can delete them away. Just because I think that would slightly centralize with at least these few things. That might balance that weight, if anything. And I probably could like slide some of these things forward just to center that, but I don't think it's going to be that crazily a problem. With that little change, let me put this back in the Eve orbital. That means I'm going to have to reselect my team Grr. But I want to look at why I actually waited to get him back, is I could probably unlock the science stuff and get even more science to bring with me. Gaining tech. Yeah, it would be nice to get like these big fuel things, but I think it's more important to grab this for the extra science possibilities. And then there's even like more science. If I want to grab this to like mine some stuff. So yeah, let's unlock that. And we'll even purchase all these things because, well, that's a medium scanning arm. Okay. So yeah, we'll just get all those things. And oh yeah, this is yeah, I probably want that rather than just be nice to get like this better probe. I think that's like a bigger probe. But I actually want to use the rest of the points on getting that, because then this is another thing to the double C can also be used to measure. Let me see, isn't that? What was the thing that had the seismic accelerator monitor? Trying to look back on, you know, oh, there it is. Oh, that's something else. Okay. Yeah, I might unlock that. I gotta be right back though. Yeah, back. It just had like waited to come back before I... Yeah. can only just apologize on if this is not much entertainment going on. Yeah, there's times like little distractions going on, is which are kind of important distractions, to not say like it's but at the same time, like, wasn't like planned to have to like want to like look into things that are happening, which apparently no other like mods like right now free, and it's kind of like times feel like it's not a uh doesn't seem like it's like a thing that like always best fixed by just simply what is it called, uh having like more mods. Oh, welcome back. Because in a sense there is plenty of mods, it's just even just having like more mods doesn't mean like they're all just going to perfectly be looking at the Discord server all at yeah, specific timing and whatnot. You know. Because when it gets to like certain bickering, basically, people start to like just call each other's like certain names or say like some snarky remark that like then sparks the other to want to get at each other, and things escalate from that. That's always the problem with, and why it's hard to like. Okay, I think it's like pretty much dealt with anyway, and yeah, I was going to unlock this thing sitting on this page selection. Yeah. If anything, it's just also better electronics. What is this? Oh, I think that's another set thing to probably grab. Anything, I'm gonna unlock at least this. And this. And this looks like it would be a nice little... Does need power unit and central station to operate. I might have to figure out what that all means, but all this might be... This is probably like an even better relay antenna, but it's 3 tons. I wish, like, I try to look up on it, but there's like not really a set thing that says, oh, this can like be tracked or signaled this far of distance and whatnot. Oh, that's 45,000. Well, this being that, yeah, I could just spend that. I should have just did that, which I'm still a million funds. So, but now we don't have any more science to. And next, I probably would want to unlock that, but I think we have pretty good amount of science going on now. There's still like other things to unlock here, but I want to wait until, especially if I really decide to want to use a certain part. I haven't even unlocked medium landing gear. Okay. I also probably need to start talking more softly. All these I need like 1,000. So you need an engineer that's like, you need a Kerbal engineer for this to even work. What's a central station to operate? Like, is there something that's like a central station? Well, this even says, so that's not a central station. What does that mean by central station? I don't see any of these, like, which you'd think it would need to be unlocked before, like, it's going into things that, like, probably might as well, like, unlock that just to have, like, all these things unlocked. It's a deployed power. Oh, experimental control. Is this the central station? Oop. I just unlocked that. It's just 3,000 for that. I might as well just unlock all those. And then I got this part because of the experimental thing. Is this the... Not sure what that's specifically for. Structural panel. Those are the floor things that I was seeing on that other thing. Yeah, it'd be nice to get like those big fuel things, which I don't have at the moment. Okay. If I really wanted to be crazy, I could like accept all these now and just work through contracts at a time. Some of them, it'd be nice to combine doing like if I could do like all the min-miss stuff all at once, but like I still have yet to do that. I need to bring something just with a lot of delta V over mid-miss, which I might look at my for that I might look at the very far reach one. Let's see, is I need to find one that's like very far delta V. or may just specifically design one that has like lots of delta V. Wouldn't exactly be Carbon Rescuer. What was the... Oh, I see. I named it differently on number 2, and so that one... Yeah. Probably a good thing I'm getting a little tire on while on being experimental. So yeah. So now I do have more science. That's probably too heavy to want to put on. But yeah, we can stick like that in there. That's a little big. Is this with atmosphere stuff? Because this might be something put on the outside too. Well, it is a bit expensive, so I would want to put it on something that I'm bringing back. Might worry about that on something else. I'll just stick it central to that. Oh, that's a boom. Oh, okay. Um, right. Could still put it in here, but like do a little thing like this and just rotate it out. And then it's just like, wait. And it'd be like nice closed in there. I wonder if this, you have to be on this surface. I think it's something that's like gotta be done like on the surface. Warranty void if shaken or exposed to vacuum. Interesting. I'm not sure if that's. I think I can't remember if it is used possibly. Surface scanning module. Okay, yeah, you gotta do it like while landed. So it means I don't have a point to bring it on something that I'm not going to land with. Also, I'm curious on just is that centered? Call that center as it can ever be. save this as 4. Just adding those things. Yeah, I lost very little delta from that. So it's fine adding those few little things. Probably be a bit more if I like stuck like this thing on it and this thing on it. Especially this thing on it that doesn't have any room to stick on anyway. That would lose some, and all that, it's not losing that much either. So maybe I will bring this giant telescope if I can fit it somewhere. Yeah, I feel like this is just not a good design for that. And if anything, I may have to like bring these like one at a time. If I, depending on like the craft that I'm doing. The craft. Yeah. Just to do that, and in case I want to just do an action for that. So I forget the ones that I grabbed. I think it was just these guys, actually. Hello, Victor the furry. Welcome. I'm just doing kind of like final checks on this whole thing, on where I'm gonna just at least put this in orbit for like standby on this big Eve mission. Or thankfully I'm not having to land on Eve or going into its atmosphere, but I need to go like kind of close to it to set this thing off, because I got a contract to do that. But I'll have them sit in orbit until that is necessary. I'd like to put, in a way, this port somewhere else. Oh, which, you know what is that? Oh, it's a smaller one, so it's like 0.02. Okay. I might stick that over here. I would do that. Just so in case I need a dock without having to explode these off. If it comes to that. Otherwise, have a port down. You know what? You could have little tiny ones on 2 of these guys. Even though those are going to blow off sometime. Actually, wait, isn't this? Yeah. Just do the small one. I'll try to have like always crafts like at least with these junior ports, because it's what I've gotten like originally. That's reported again. Hey, Aaron Nubis, welcome. Going to, well, we're attempting to. I did recently brought some guys on, or an engineer that was on a big mission in Minmus, and brought some good amount of science from him. But hello, welcome. Okay. I can't think of what else wanting to do on this, and times I'm just like spending more time than probably necessary to worry about it. To where we at least can just get these guys into orbit, and they're going to be in a long voyage. So I hope you guys are all prepared to do possibly the longest trip I've done so far in this campaign. And I don't even have anything to make use of that, so. I'll just do a save before launch to overwrite that thing. Shoot off some parachutes of that, and I have that just in case I need to like drop the actual. This is the deep coupling of the heat shield in case I need to drop that. Of course, save like more delta V if I took that off, but why? Yeah, this is like trying the Cheetah engine that apparently gave like a good amount of delta V for that stage. Like, in some funny sense, it like gave more delta V than using a kind of like the nuclear engine with the nuclear symbol. Okay. That's right. He's out in orbit. We're getting these guys in orbit first before we're worrying about rescuing them. And this will be like kind of a big test of even just how this thing goes. And we're off. Apparently I got quite a good amount of thrust to weight ratio. Start turning over here. feel like I need to, yeah, I need to pay attention to this, which is almost out. Because I need to drop those. That's why I got those. Oh, you know what? I forgot to have that open. Probably don't need that open, but now I can tell when this gets empty. Let me just force it into that. I'm actually going a little too much now. Pull it, try to pull it down a bit more. I feel like it's going a little high up. I'm trying to... You... Do you not have... Thought I have, like, reactor wheels. What? I feel like you're so hard to turn. You not have reactor wheels? Oh, I need to speed myself up. Whoops. Falling behind, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna have to just do stable here and get myself up in the atmosphere a bit more. That was poorly done because I was distracted. And I did not stage that very well, I guess, if it emptied out all those other things. I might have to redo this whole thing again. Whoopsie whoops. Yeah, I'm gonna just try that launch again. I did not like how that went. That was all not planned. And why did it go empty on this? Yeah, I don't have... You know what, I'm gonna revert to assembly. I want to check something. Because I probably don't have what I'm thinking I'm... What? Yeah. I want reactor wheels. Which... Full end of... Might even put 2 of them for that stage. And that barely takes much delta V off. Like, 50 loss of delta V is not a lot. Up here, though, I wonder if I want to stick another one on. Like, I might stick one here. For this stage. Look how expensive. It's 2,000. I really don't want to if I'm going to like for surely lose it. So I might deal with like the hard turning on these upper stages. But this at least can still like, it'll still bring that down. But what's the priorities? Why did it empty this one out after I pulled these off? Why did it do that? That's 60. But yeah, that's why I got these things to shoot it off. It safely shot those off very well. Just in case, I'm gonna just minus that more. It's just this makes it so I have to right click that to see, because there's no engine on it to tell when this is empty. That shoots off, and then this shoots off. But why did it feel like this suddenly had to be shot off right when I shot these off? This should have had some fuel in it still. And then there's shooting this off, then that off. And there's, hopefully by that time, I'll be like at Eve and then shoot that off. And then it's using the last engine of that till I get back home. Which is another 3,000 Delta V. So yeah, we'll try that again. I just, once the engines were off, I had no pitching control basically. Like I couldn't rotate because the thing was like going with only a little torque of this way up here. Could have turned my RCS and used some of the propellant, but like it's not enough it's not enough monopropellant to do such rotation wises. Yeah, let's right away bring that up, put that to orbital. Yeah, this only has 30 monopropellant, so enough to like for emergency little shifting around. Which I kind of wonder on. Yeah. Oh, there's no forward and back. Interesting. That's interesting to know. Doing that little bit wasn't too much of waste, but I could just easily read that for a minute ago. Makes me have to reset those things. Bring up these. Just so I know when I need to like do something about it. Oh, there's that empty stage. Could back off the throttle here. I feel like I need to tilt it up a bit more. I think it's going like too drastic horizontal. I'm not even that high up yet. So I probably didn't do that very efficiently. But it is starting to yeah, I must have not noticed when those went empty. Yeah, I'm starting to get like close to going into orbit here. Was ideal plan when to shoot this off is when, or I get fully to orbit. And I should just do full throttle on this because it's not as much thrust as that. Well, how much? Yeah, it's like half as I'm now like half thrust to weight ratio. So I certainly need to push as much as I can for the rest of this to get into orbit here. Which hopefully will be, which I need to bring these up. To get an idea when I need to set those off. Starting to get to that orbital. Watch the camera do that kind of like flip thing. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for me to get closer to the Apoapus. Where I'm gonna actually speed up some time to recatch it, just so my orbit's a bit more central. See, means my orbit's getting a little more centralized. I'll speed up some time again. I'm technically in orbit, but I'm going to fall under the atmosphere at the moment. No, I'm not. Once it passes 70,000 right here, that's what I'm like looking at. I'm just using that data. Like, course could like be looking at this to see when this. But I don't really need to centralize. I just like to. So yeah, that's good enough. I'm going to have to attention when these are. Wonder. So I got the stage recovery. I'm kind of curious on if it lets me know if any total, like if I got all fuel on these other ones. Yeah, and so far that I see, they all, I ran out of fuel on all of them. So I did decouple them properly. None of them had any fuel left. So I made most use of my Delta V, and kind of on purpose was not quite enough to get fully in orbit, but that's okay because, or that's planned, so I don't have to deorbit any pieces to recover those. These, they're cheap enough, I'm not going to bother with recovering them. They're just going to be lost. So yeah, so there we go. We got these guys in orbit. It's going to be something I'm going to have to like remember later, but I just want a quick save. And just kind of leave these guys in standby, because I might see about, maybe I'll do like right after I rescue him, is I'll probably do an orbit, moon assist flyby to just expand out their orbit. I need to recover that debris, or delete that debris, I should say. Just get rid of it. And just for fun, I like just keeping this other debris sitting where the first landing was. Which is why I call it landed. Wait, why did it disappear? Is it because it went behind? I don't know. But yeah, it'd be too early to set off for Eve right now. So that was the idea, is to just have those guys for standby. And I'm going to do the next quick save, or just save in general. It will be 3. So yeah, before I unlocked those science things. But now it's like after I unlocked those science things. I'm going to lose my revert back to launch and whatnot, but so these guys are going to be committed. And hopefully this is going to be enough Delta V to get to there, because I don't want to explode those off I supposedly have like more than 3,000 delta V, and then 3,000 again to just get back. But hopefully I'm not gonna run out of all this fuel to get to my last set of engine. Oh, and being out in space now, we can do this and pull out our pull that out. Not that it's using any. Oh, there was like an history. I was going to try to point out, like, someone saying that, like, wanted to point at a certain orientation to the sun, and then whether having this on or off or something. But it's like, when you, for one, even having this on or off, it does not rotate when you like have this warp time or when you're like not on the thing anymore. And I wish your orbits around things, like especially let's say, which I could probably show on some, like this orbit. I wish it kept in orientation with the sun while you like orbit around, like it always like stayed like this kind of angle. However, as you go around, it's static a certain way, which realistically would not really be how it is. Like, there's a reason the moon, or our moon, as it orbits around us, will always has a side facing towards us. That's why the mystery of like the dark side of the moon, we can't see the back side of the moon because it's always facing us, because how the gravitation and like the whole orbit thing I recall is it's because there's nothing spinning it, and so it's just kind of settled on like its rotation's just it's pulling the side towards us. And I guess becomes the thinking about it, then it comes in question of why the Earth rotates as it goes around the sun, because yeah, it perfectly is like a certain set rotation that it just spins for our set time of day that clearly has been recorded that way for 6,000 years. I do want to head back to the Space Center and get to rescuing him. But also I can set off for whatever, like, the other missions. So now, which I've done like different designs and stuff through this, but because I went to this simple cheap thing. And I stuck on some these things, monopropellant, just to make it easier to rescue a Kerbin. Oh, welcome back, stealth unit. And the fact that you were able to come back means that you're not banished. You're not at all ugly to be like banished, or more so you're cute. How's the ships going? Oh, you just set off one of the rockets to be on standby for the rocket that I was setting for to go by Eve. Oh no, suddenly I'm going. Of course, that's not true. No. Oh, this. No. Nope, you're not. It's such a silly joke that's been going on for so long. But yeah, I got the rocket in orbit now, is the thing that you missed. And we're now just grabbing the sky, which is not going to require, which we actually need to not have any crew to take off with it, because it needs the open space for the other person that we're going to rescue. Well, I wanted to, yeah. Which, yeah, that was 97%. Meaning, which I think these were like the first pieces that like landed like right by the space center. That's why these are such high percentage. And then these went to 86, so those were like the next pieces. And then 70%, which was the last one that was like almost going into orbit, and so it like kind of, it probably went like halfway across the planet. I guess not nearly halfway, because it's 70%, so went a ways out. But we still got 40,000 back, because it was like the big expensive like rockets. So is this game like free build rockets? And there's it depends on the mode you select. This is actually the career, which you do have to worry about funds, and that's why I have money down here. This is my funds. And this is a very cheap rocket. It's only costing me, well, considering on like how far I am at this point, like at the start, this could be a kind of expensive rocket. Well, then again, you want to have the pieces to like, unless you, I don't think you even like have the parts avail, you don't have the part limit to like even probably put enough parts to get so expensive. And you would have like cheap, simple parts that, so like the very first things you get unlocked and stuff to be able to use, you don't have the ability to really get to the moon right at the start. But you also don't have much money. It kind of is like a build up on the start. It's somewhat hard right at the start, which is kind of the backwards thing of this game. So what is the objective to do? Oh, I remember someone like asked that before. I had a conversation with someone like asking about that, and I was gonna like point out or say about, I'm thinking of like, it's probably like someone I was like talking to like in real life, but like there's not really a set objective. Like there's, to get like more money, is there's contracts. So there is, that's the nice thing with the career is it gives you kind of an objective to do. But even then, you can like select which contracts to do, available options basically. Uh, and also you want to get like science along the way to unlock better parts and while you get money. And so in the end there's not a set end goal. And I guess the end goal is when you just don't have anything more to progress and whatever like last like big mission you wish to do, which before on the other mode that was the science unlocking one, where basically there is no contracts, there's no money to worry about. That's the one that you're like asking if it's like kind of a free build. And that's the mode where yeah, you can build all you want. And I think there's like a third mode that you could do just completely everything's unlocked and you just play with whatever. But you could do somewhat like a more set thing where you have to unlock the science. So you don't have any money to worry about, but you have to like unlock the parts to like get farther and stuff. Uh, and with my other save of doing that, last thing I felt like really achieving and when I took a very long break not playing this game anymore was when I put a Kerbin on the surface of Eve and then got him back home. So it's like gray zone. There's no goal. You just run around and do quests. Kind of. Yeah. Yeah, there's no, which that's probably what makes this like so long of playable. It's one of those like sandbox like games that uh, you kind of set your own goals. And the next goal I got is to rescue a little Kerbin, which I want to quickly do here. And I don't think there's anything to save or change on this. It's pretty much already pre-designed. I think the changes I did already to it last time when I flew it is finding that I can use some monopropellant on it just so I can more easily get to the target, which is you. For now, I'm going to do orbit because I need to. This has prograde maneuverability. I always feel like I need to like look at that, but I don't need to worry about the fuel. Okay. Yeah, we don't want it to turn towards prograde until like until I'm like maneuvered to that properly. Like if I do play this game, I'll just fool around and treat this game like Gary's mod. That's kind of the idea of it. It is what it's called which by the way I should get much more softer and quieter because it is that late to not wake others. And Yeah. So just to mention, he's starting to talk quieter, speeding up time. So he's like about the point where, like, I always find like right when he starts getting over this ocean is like, they're always like around 80, 70, like 5 or certain around time about that. What? I hate when it's so when I speed up time and then stop speeding up time, it doesn't register my throttles all the way up. It like claps it down, like watch. Boom. And you stop it, and it's not there until I like wiggle it. I have to like wiggle it a little back and forth. Then it's like, oh, now you're and I don't recognize that, and I stage and detach these things, and oh, the engine's not there, not boosting. Is it a game? What are you talking about? Does what in the game? Yeah, speed up time again because I do want him. Let's aim it like right when he's like over that. Make sure that is set correctly. There we go. Now I am going up into the air instead of like, oh, why didn't that go? Did stage wrong? No, just didn't register my throttle was up. Silly thing. Yeah, this thing accelerates so much faster than the other thing, but the other thing is a lot more fuel and heavier. Which I could speed up a little bit more because I need to get up to 50 seconds to Apo Apis. Because that seems to be about the. Why? You know what? Why are you flipping upside down? Hello? Go up, please. Just go up. Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother with restarting that. Even if that was like very inefficient of you just doing that to me. Just whatever. So stupid when a rocket decides to flip upside down. I have these big fins right there. Why are you just that? And I'm failing at so many things right now. Oh my goodness, I wasn't paying attention of this. Oh my goodness. Like you have to wiggle it. Oh, it's so it's to do with the time warping, and because it can't allow throttle to be up, it doesn't like to do physics-based stuff on that really extreme fast time warping, which I think there's a mod to force it to still be in physics even like 100 times faster, but the game's like not built to like handle that very well. Uh, because it's time, it can like time warp to like a million times faster basically to just so you're not literally waiting for a real-time year or something just to do like a giant orbit maneuver, like let's say like doing a maneuver around the sun itself. uh so so basically when you time warp that one without the physics based. When you're able to, like, sitting on the ground or just floating in space, uh, you can just do those time warps like that extreme. There is like up to like a 4 times warp in with physics based, but it's very scary and risky to do that because like everything's just sped up. So you can still throttle and control it, but then you're flying like 4 times faster, and you can like really blow yourself up accidentally, or the physics are so squished and doing so fast that you can like just explode right into the ground even with parachutes. uh, does it do that for VTOL? No, yeah. So hopefully that like explains. But with all that, me so distracted and just frustrated with my rocket flipping upside down, I burnt too much, and now my apparatus is way much farther high up. Meaning, I'm way over done on where it's already too late. Too late, too late. I'm just gonna allow it to. Knowing that I have plenty of delta V that I don't need to worry about uh, not having enough. I'm just. I'm going to allow myself to wait to be up here and just continue my orbit and just still attempt this, even though it's like so messed up at this point. I don't feel like reverting once again. It's such an annoying thing with it. Whenever the rocket like it's the point of these like with the atmosphere, like it should not just be flipped over like that. You see, and there goes my target. I'm gonna have to like try to catch up to him. And yeah, stage that off. Again, that's always like planned. I might actually have to revert if I can't get into orbit with this thing. Great. Get off of that. Great, great, great. Well, it makes you heavier if you're like, well, how this is designed, I have to detach it anyway just to get the engine underneath the burn. But yes, you basically lose delta V for just having something attached with more weight. So yes, you do want to like. Okay, I should be good on just doing it like this. And I'm going to try to watch for right when these converge. Even if I'm like slightly less orbit or something. Because then the plan is to burn right when I get close to the thing. So I'm watching this interception. I could possibly tilt myself up a little bit more to like probably fix the. Okay, where's you're still. It will help to kind of quite where I want. Because I stupidly made my orbit bigger than it, so why I've fallen so far behind it. Why not? Well, I did. I did burn all its fuel. That's why it shut off for a second. I just wanted to think for a second looking at it before I detached. Yeah, it shows fuel on the next thing on each when you like set off the engine. Like if you watch very closely, I was gonna say paid attention. I'm sure you paid attention, just not knowing what you're looking. If you look closely on what the liquid fuel was saying before I staged it off, it would have shown it like completely empty or disappeared. Like there was a reason it shut off, and I detached that stage and then at the same time turned this engine on, and that's why it started blasting its fuel. Now what I'm going to have to do is right here make a maneuver, shrink this orbit, hopefully great. There's not enough little, like I'm going to have to just be slightly less like this to try to catch up. That's why I try to ideally do it in a set thing. I'm really considering to revert because I want to know where's a good spot to set off and do it properly to like converge right when I'm like getting to orbit. I have done it like a bunch of times before, but I forget like exactly right where he is. If he's like right over here or over here, or like where. At the same time, I want to see like if I can fix this silly mistake that I've done. Yeah, otherwise, I'll just go for this. I could, I guess, try again next time I get like another low orbit Kerbin to rescue. The other thing I could do is put this in a higher orbit and wait for the thing to like orbit back around as I make such a big orbit just in time to like I could even have this like right on that. You know what, let's put this like here under 70,000. So nearly each little orbit, I'm gonna like get closer and closer. Yeah, now it's looks like it's close enough that I could do one last little maneuver to make them kind of meet in right close to each other. At the same time, I gotta fix that. Get it like nearly the same exact angle of it. That's why I'm doing the maneuver at that very spot. Why is that going further away? Oh, that's right, because like expanding or whatnot, it changes. I gotta be careful if I'm going to go like in atmosphere, which will affect my speed and all that. That might be as close as I can get, really, without things affecting my orbit. I can get a little closer by. And somehow it goes crazy like that. Okay. Yeah, that's as close as I could get right there. A little bit closer. I think 2K seems to be about as close as you can get, because then it's getting like further from like distant orbit wise than just speed and whatnot. Oh, okay. I'll just go right to the maneuver itself, because mainly it's just correcting the angle of the orbit. See how I'm like more down this from here? Why I'm doing the maneuver right at that one spot, because where it shows these are shows where how much like an angle at a certain spot that it like kind of converges on the angle, but then like angles off up or down. And right now I'm like aim angle down, so I can't just do a correction here to fix that orbit. Like if I throttled up or down from here, it will twist my orbit from like this to like that or something. If I thrust it up this way, it would go like that, and then the orbit's like this, and which in an inefficient way you could do that, throttle up like that, angle yourself up, converge here, then throttle him, then do all this thrust downward, and then center equalize your angle. But that would be a very inefficient way to do it. And you might as well do it right where it converges. At the same time of that, I'm doing a little prograde and or retrograde and to get these close to each other, as I'm going to get close to that on orbit. So okay. With all that explanation, I could just do that now. So yeah, it's going to be just a 4 seconds of it around this maneuver. to get like down to like the little meters second of it there. Very close to what I was expecting. Yeah, and then 2 kilometer separation, which is in comparison very close actually. If I get to like 1,000, I just like am almost right there to it in a sense. Oh yeah, and then there's my Eve orbiter going in a circle around the same kind of orbit. So now we could do, which it is getting like kind of close to the target, but still like 40 kilometers away. Now I'm like catching up because my orbit's a little smaller. Our relative speeds are almost matching. Let's say we're almost to 2,000, which see just a little. We're basically in a perfect orbit of each other, of just 2 kilometers away, which slightly is going to make us float off from each other. But I'm close enough that I could just go right towards it. Which I could go like about 20 meters. Yeah, that's good enough. Flip myself around. Which I would actually go in a bigger orbit if I didn't do anything to that. And we're just kilometer away, essentially, like just meter. We're going like 25 meters a second. So we're, if you think of like that, like seconds, like think of like kilometers an hour or something, but like this is going like meters a second. See, boom. Now we're just about matching it. Now we are like the same orbit. It's slightly off because it's saying 0.1 kilometers. Go like to 100 kilometer, like 100 meters away if we didn't do anything. Okay. But now it's to the level where I can just point at you. Make sure all rotation's off. So when I turn this on, I just go straight towards you. And that's the use I have for this. Like, different angle than I expected. That's why I need to go to lock camera to orient which way I'm up or down of that. Wait, why am I? Oh, I was going away from it. Oh, also, let's turn on our lights. So I could shine essentially where I am, being in this dark. What is it? Oh, because I already passed it. Oh, that's... I didn't think of the perspective of what's going on. Here. That's of course I didn't really need to get that close, but yeah. You just switch to that and what are you? Yeah, no, no. They really like to just give you pilots. Kind of need more engineers and stuff, so I don't know, like if it's like not a bad thing to like just not accept any more rescues. Then again, if I never accept the rescue contract, they're never going to like appear in existence in this. I don't know. Say like others just rescue them because I'm getting a little tired of doing all these rescues. I have plenty of Kerbins, and at this point, like I rather kind of like hire an engineer or scientist if I need more of them than just getting by chance more just pilots that I have plenty of. Yeah, I was just saying, yeah, this was the part that like this was the part that you were like, when because yeah, see, total refund for fuel, 0. Used all the fuel. But I got 27,000 back, which is if you think of it, this was like 38,000 for the whole rocket. So that's like most of the rocket back already. Minus like the fuel and the little bit of cost of the rest of what this is. How much fuel? Oh, you don't exactly have a limit other than like your part limit or your cost of how much you can spend whenever you like if you unlock unlimited amount of parts to put on. For the science one, like again, like the other like more sandbox freedom, uh, having no funds or even part limit, uh, yeah, you could as much as it until it breaks your computer. You can keep on throwing more fuel. However, more fuel you do, you add more weight, so you need more rockets to push yourself, which adds also more weight. So you end up having this diminishing return to the point where you just make a ridiculously sized rocket to not really getting that much more delta V. Or you like it will slowly just give you more delta V in a sense, but like we're after a billion part rocket with who knows like 100 rocket engines with 1,000 billion millions of liters of fuel or whatnot. I don't know if you're going to be able to launch it without the game just crashing. Just make the rocket play chicken. Yeah. And this is just saying that this pilot joined my crew. Okay, you need an EVA and let go. Oh, and here's a weird thing that apparently, so I learned. So apparently, hitting T, which mousing over that doesn't let you, but hitting T, holding right click, W orients the Kerbin right for you, having to use like basically my keyboard to do this. Because I have like I could bind the buttons to my sticks for that, but for WASD but I guess I'll just use my keyboard for the kerbals just because it's easier to just hold. Well, I would need to hold right click because it does not work if you just simply use like these like this with the sticks, and so I guess yeah, it's just easy without really needing that much precision for their little monopropellant backpacks. I just, yeah, might as well do that. Okay, so here in the capsule, oh, I do want to I would like that to be in the sunlight, so I might orbit around a few times just so that's in the sunlight. Let's set as target and then unset. We still have like revert to launch, I guess. But yeah, now let's just deorbit ourselves and then fall like over the station once again. Which I need to like aim like all the way there because by the time we time warp, the planet rotates. And we just need a point retrograde. Oh, we don't need to use any more monopropellant now. We could like even use like have like less monopropellant, but like unnecessary to like put any less because we have plenty of delta V to do this whole mission with this rocket. Even with the giant mistake that I did, you see how much, like, I still have like 1,700. Like, I have enough delta V that if I wanted to, could like expand the orbit out like much bigger and then deorbit myself still. But that's about how much I would have even to do that. So. And I might at least want to point into the water just in case. Like I might be able to go a little bit less. But yeah, that's probably as good. Go back to auto so it flips like that because I'm used to that orientation. You know what? I'll just do a quick save. You're so excited. Now let's just speed up time, which is going to kick us out of that warp once we hit the atmosphere. And see, this kind of warp is to do with the physics, which always wants to do that after we get like low enough or like in the atmosphere when or if you ever put throttle up at all, it doesn't allow you to do the other time warp because it wants to apply physics to things. Again, unless you like do a mod, you can like put in a mod that like now I'm gonna try to burn a little bit to enough to where Like I'm trying to aim right at that space center. I could activate navigation to it. So it's a matter of like, how much wind do I want to allow to slow me down, which is what I'm hitting here. It's all that heat of hitting atmosphere. Yeah, I think yeah, probably did it too late. But again, if I do it too late, I more so just hit into the water, which is a little softer than just hitting land in a sense. But it's kind of nice if I could do it enough that I get right over this and right when like parachutes are doing the stuff and all that. You know what? I'm gonna do that to see if I can possibly. Nope. Yeah, I completely missed. Let's see. Can I? Well, I kind of can turn myself, but I think the little bit of drag of this stuff is. Yeah. So we missed the station, but it's like difference of like 100 funds to being any closer with the price of what these are going to even be worth. Like I'm going to get like a few thousand back on these pieces, so it's like really not much of a big deal. There still was some fuel in that, so like I'm going to get a little bit more also from that. At least Burbus here is going to still be like just off the shore of the station, even like close to that as well, if anyone's there to pick them up. One thing I need to remember is even if whatever like situation where this lands before that, being in basically render view, uh, I need to not speed up time when I'm like sitting on the ground or in the water, because then it speeds up the non-physics time warp, which even with the parachute instantly just makes it like, oh, that thing exploded, hitting the ground. It thinks that it like just hit the ground with all like 1,000 miles sudden force for some reason, as if like uh its actual like real-time speed that it's going at is non-existent. Yeah, it looks like it's parachutes deployed because it's like, yeah, it's slowly going down as well. Now it's gotten low enough that this opens up, and now it's Burbus here is dropping 5 meters a second. Which what's the speed of that? 18 kilometers per hour or 11 miles per hour. So almost like it's kind of like a running speed, like so it's not to say it's ever like a very soft landing. Well, like if it landed on the ground, it's going to kind of like bobble into the water here, which probably softens the impact. knots, nautical miles per hour. 9.782 nautical knots per hour. Interesting. Which is less of a number than miles per hour. And we're about to hit the water. Bonk. I think. Let me hold and do the physics-based time warp just to make sure. Okay. So I done it where I sped up this warp to see if to just thinking that it was the physics-based time warp and wanting to just speed up time for the other part to just hit the ground, and then I just seen this like it just slams and then just explodes on the ground. It's like, whoops! Like, oh yeah, that time warp thing ignores parachutes and all that, and just yeah. This is like what is? Oh, because the lights on. Is that okay? Apparently, it's still. Oh, is it because of this hibernate? Yeah, just having this on like it's burning through power. Still seems to have program retrograde even when this is on high. Oh yeah, because you're a pilot, so that's why you have it now. So yeah, recover vessel. Which you'd be just like a little bit of money back, but so at worst it would be like 200 difference if I got any closer, like 97% compared to like 99, or if I land right on the pad it would be 100 if I somehow landed right on that. This part would have been more, so like if you do the math from 103.8821 recover, yeah, it's like a something like 8,000 or 10,000. Yeah, it's like 5,000 something. I think that was. So yeah. And I got 50,000, 55,000 just from that completed. Okay. So you don't have any kerbals in it. So I can terminate this one. This is just floating around Kerbin as apart from that moon crawler. Me. I'm curious at times that looking at this, but it like takes a little bit floating back and forth. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, this is just. Oh yeah, this was the part right before the. Like I stuck just underneath the lander, just to give it like a little extra fuel. Yeah, since yawning. You're gonna like count each time now I'm gonna be yawning. Yeah, this is the probe I was talking about before on. I just could not stick this back on for some reason. Maybe I don't have a high enough skilled engineer or something, which I don't think there's a skill difference on just putting like it's not a big heavy bulky part or something for the engineer not to be able to place it back on. It was lighter than other pieces I was moving and placing on. So I don't know. Consciously think of that now. But yeah, so kind of pointless to have a probe of itself just floating around. It doesn't have any satellite ability and whatnot, so that's why I marked it as a debris and was planning on all this is stuff that are, and these wires are going to the actual like relay thing that I left orbiting around there. Why so yawny? Yeah, terminate this. I'll take the you missed one. Yeah, that was 4 from the time that you're counting. My other like little relay things. What was the? Oh yeah, that was the part that I was just looking at earlier. I'll terminate that because I don't want to have so many like random parts of all sorts of things going on. And yeah, this is in preparation of. Oh yeah, that was the other thing I was planning on doing, which seeing the time and like there's a certain time I do need to get up tomorrow, which is why it's good that uh oh like I'm looking at. Yeah, I think I said that. Thanks for the follow. But if I did not, if the Muse full 132 still there, like thanks for the follow. Happened 3 hours ago, and I think it was when I was like dealing with things on the side, but came back to say thanks for the follow. Yeah, it's like in like 10 minutes, it would be just right on like 8 hours. So it's why I really don't want to set off on any other like project kind of continuation on this other than I want to hop to this guy and just do one like orbit burn like towards the moon to get like a gravity assist, which when you sling your shot yourself essentially like right close by, like if I get my orbit right close by this moon, its gravity would like pull in and make me speed up essentially and would make my orbit like bigger, and basically I'll try to just like then get my orbit like out like that and be on standby to then do just another burn whenever Eve comes in play, which I've done before to like get out there. So yeah. It pretty much helps to get like a big orbit without using much fuel. Like it uses like it's more efficient. It's hard to say like how efficient or to an extent, but it's more efficient. But yeah, but yeah, as I was saying, which we as much as I'm like talking, it does waste more time talking more. uh, but yeah, well, all games are right. Yeah, compared to like big productive life things, yes, they're just for little entertainment, and it would be that like question of like, well, is it a waste of time for if you have free time for that fun? Yeah, yeah, maybe it's a question of like just what you're comparing to, what's waste of time. Because yes, there's a lot more higher priority things you could spend your time on. Playing games are too fun. So, which yeah, and that's why we waste our time so much on them. But hopefully you don't consider them too fun. Oh yeah, also I need to remember to do that. But yeah, in short, to say on getting to bed in 10 minutes I would have, if I like suddenly jump to bed, I would have like 8 hours of sleep. But I don't mind too much if I lose a little less than 8 hours of sleep, but unless I just really go for it. I think I learned by like watching like someone's video of Kerbin. I'd have to through history of who it was. So sorry if, but sorry if forgetting which exact person, but apparently, which is what they used in real life on knowing when to do a burn for the moon, is once the moon comes over the horizon of Earth, uh, you burn prograde towards the moon, because that gets you to that orbit where you hit in front of the moon. That slows you down to like fall right back to Earth essentially, which this is Kerbin. And that's how they did their return without like doing a single like to needing to do a burn by the moon, which I do recall like there was like one that they did kind of a figure eight thing to see the dark side of the moon. I think it was one of their later Apollos or something that they, which I think is the famous like Apollo 13 one that they did wrap around the moon still, but even though I think they were like planning on landing on the moon, uh, they had like a big emergency because of like the explosion and things that happened that made them had to like do whatever they could to get them back, and they were already like in trajectory towards the moon, so it's not like they could suddenly just turn around. They had to wait for them to float around the moon and then come back, which they still like slingshotted themselves around the moon and fall back in orbit to Earth, and that's about the detail I could remember of that. So yeah, all that to explain that I already passed the point of like being able to do a proper orbit, or to get a that to get an intersection. And see, when you do it just enough where you're getting behind the moon's orbit rotate point, yes, even with just burning that little bit is enough to deorbit myself out of the whole thing, which, though, I think that's you know what, no, let's just focus view. I don't need to like set it as target. I have to open that up just to bring up these controls. Oop. Yeah, see, if I go in front, the orbit gets smaller. If I go behind it, it's enough that I can escape orbit of Kerbin, which I don't want to do just yet. But I can just do this for now to just get myself in easy speed of just... And I'm wondering on finding a whatever, like as little fuel that I can need to use to get... Where's that? Like, is it? Because closer I am to it, the more like gravity assist I get out of it. This is almost getting like to the min-miss. I think doing that is like doing another encounter, apparently. Let me see, what would that other encounter do? Why? It's not showing what that would do. Kind of curious on what that would do. It's not too close where it's going to slam into the moon. Thing that I worry about, though, is being way out here where I'm going to encounter mid-miss and have an issue. Wait, this burn time's 2 minutes long. Is this going to have that much burn? all that. Yeah, I'm gonna stage that out. Oh, is it? Wait, stage 6, stage 5. Do I? Oh no. Oh wait. Wait. Yeah, that's staging those. Yeah, it's not staging 4 off. It gets to stage 4. But it's not getting to stage 3 yet, or it's saying stage 2. I'm gonna just do like a quick save of that. Curious on. I guess I gotta pull that up to see more of it. Like if I just expand this a lot. So yeah, this be just using that engine like there to that point. Yeah, I'd rather just redraw that. I'm thinking it's gonna be an encounter that slows me down, which I don't want. So I might just push it to just being before it. Falls into an escape. So sensitive. Come on. Is that like, yeah, curb and escape? I'm curious about that encounter, and I'm probably just gonna burn way up here to like equalize it right around here. Even with it's like slightly lopsided. You know, even being that lopsided, it probably won't matter if I keep like orbiting like that, but I'll expand it out at least to not encounter the moon anymore. And I'm doubtful that even if I do encounter Minmus at all around here, it's going to do very little effect to the orbit of this. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna last do here. Let's try this. Oh, wait. Get like a little bit closer to it and do a little less. Yeah, I'm just curious about what that encounter does, and so I want to kind of burn through this to see. But yeah, it is nice that like it shows the. So in a sense, I don't need to like have these open to see when I need a stage because of this showing that for me. But I'm doing this anyway, just to like, hey Marvel dude, it's been a bit. Hope you had a good 4th of July. Yeah, see, that's very slow turn with just, but at these stages I didn't want to have more loss of delta V with having just, it's gonna just, until I drop a bunch of weight, burn a bunch of fuel, it's just gonna be this slow to turn it. I did, it was nice, fun, nice. I went to like a little picnic with friends and yeah, mainly friends, but like with some of my family and then a lot of friends. And at the moment I'm just trying to do this little orbit maneuver. And I gotta basically call it just so I'm not like staying up too super late at a time that I need to get up. Because of how very easy it is to go endlessly long on this game. And I'm going to have to do kind of like a maneuver for quite a bit because of this kind of weak but yet kind of pretty efficient engine. I'm just centering that closely on it. And I'm going to have these little things detach off. I didn't bother with any separators that to push it away because the ejection, just any amount of ejection force of that and being out in space should be enough that it's just going to float off from without hitting anything of my rocket. This might have been like a second or two too soon, but that's fine. I got to burn for 2 minutes anyway. So I'm not too sure if it's going to do this maneuver very well. Oh, speaking of which, I need to detach that. Which should help the burn just a little bit there, and might have lost just a tad little bit of delta V by not detaching those right away. Gotta center that a little bit. All this to just expand my orbit out and get a gravity assist from the moon. There's the empty, those fuel gone. I want to take a very quick second. I want to see like through a trick of clipping, just because I can't. Which I wonder if you've seen this, Marvel. Like I don't know if you like stream soon. Like, I wonder if you also have that. I used to have the ability, I believe, to be able to rewind the stream while I'm streaming. And suddenly I don't have that ability anymore. It's like something changed, and like I don't know if they took that away or what happened. But I'm curious if that dropped the burn time right when I like took those off, if it did anything. Nope, it did like nothing to that. Okay. I was just curious about that. I'm curious if it like made it the delta V change with that. I'm kind of like looking at video as it. Yeah, I don't see any significant difference anyway with it. So whatever. Okay, I'm gonna have to like resume and quickly like go into controls of it. So yeah, those just held extra fuel, and because they're empty, shed the weight of the tanks, add just a little bit more delta V. And so yeah, I'm trying to push my, which as you know us, we're burning after seeing the moon, which if you want to hit behind it, you do it like a little later as I'm doing. And that's hitting in front of it, but we want to hit in front behind it, which we do that. Gives us a bigger assist. I'm just doing like little minor corrections of our maneuver. Here, that's when it gets to like 0.1, it's so little significance of trying to match anything more. And that didn't change. Like, where are we encountering? I might point myself retrograde just to see if there's like a tad little. It slowly turns here with the tiny amount of torque that it has of turning. Which realistically, there's not some like gyroscope electrical thing that you can just magically do to. I think they pretend that in just so you're not constantly having to do some little bit of monopropellant all the time. You would have to have like some, which that's like a little difference I could do is add some more monopropellant and then make you. Oh, I don't know. Like, yeah, it all depends. I don't know if I have. Yeah, see, there was like a little encounter. I don't know. I really don't want to waste like too much fuel going back and forth because that's where you waste fuel in your delta V. Delta V meaning more of this number. The change of velocity. How much change of velocity basically you have. Yeah, so why is it just like you can't. Well, that looks like I'm just running into it, so no, I don't want to run into it. You know what? I might as well just expand it out to where. I think any further, it's going to be on the verge of escaping velocity, so that's good enough. And where is Eve? we still gotta wait like a good like more than a quarter, like way over here, until Eve basically gets like to here within our orbit. We're orbiting here and it's orbiting. It will take quite a while until it gets to here. Get like how many days it. I think it's like something 200 days or so until it like. So it's probably another 100 days until it gets to that window that we want to like set off. Because then when we start getting to the verge out here, we'll meet up to the planet and have like an encounter, is the idea. And then once we like hit the gravity of it, we slow ourselves down and we can like circleize our orbit to it. If you want to be really crazy and efficient, you bring like giant heat shields and purposely skim off the atmosphere of it, slowing yourself down with its atmosphere. Which you need really good heat shields and very precise aiming on that. Make use of that efficiency. See, now these parts are gonna float around Kerbin. Yeah, I'm gonna just do like another little save and you know what, how soon is it? That's hours. Yeah, 21 days. So I don't mind warping through here, but I don't want to warp all the way over there just to do that burn because I want to make sure. I might set off then like my other stuff for like the moon and other things while this gets way over there. So I'll at least speed up time to like me getting to this encounter of the moon right here. I certainly don't need to expand my orbit anymore from here because I feel like I'm on the verge of. I wonder if, like, I think even if I like slow myself down a little bit. Yeah, see, I could slow myself down just a tad, and I'll be like in escape velocity. And so I can do a tiny little burn if I wish to. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I think why it's showing like, oh, encounter. I think it's because if that encounter's saying that I'm going in front of it, that's going to slow me down. Oh, I see. It's. Oh, you know what? I think that encounter. I think that encounter would just make it so it's like. I'll go out even further. Well, thing is, again, I really don't need to encounter the moon anymore because, again, like, if I get any more assist, I'm just escape velocity. I don't need escape velocity as I burn like 0.9 seconds, I could like escape. I do feel like burning just a little bit more, like this, just to expand myself out just a little bit more. Let's put ourselves in a more even 80 million meters away, or macrometers, whatever that number is. Let's do at least like path it. So I'm guessing like, is it like, why is it like that at 85? Like, what? Oh, maybe because it encounters the moon, and so therefore then I suddenly go. Let's see, what's escape velocity? Is it like past 100 million? Oh, looks like it's just 90. For some reason 90 is like past the limit that I'm escaping to. Yeah, if I could just do that perfect amount. 4 meters, it's a delta V. So like, I'm basically going to slow myself down just a tad bit to like slightly get closer to the moon. That's going to extend myself out that much more. Like, that's how much of a difference gravity assist of the moon is. So it is kind of interesting doing like these gravity assist things. And you can do a gravity assist, I think, like with a planet. It's just, at that point, I don't know if it makes it that much more efficient when you're dealing with like uber time lengths of and so much delta V requirement to get like to certain of those orbits that might be even a more waste of delta V to get yourself aimed into a planet to gravity assist to then go out to another further planet. Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, let's speed up time just to get to this tiny little maneuver here. And I think I'll just save it from there and just I want to get to where I can make just to leave myself a note for like alarm clock of getting to that Appalapas. Actually, I think I'll just make a maneuver, which also just to see how much it would cost to equalize the orbit if I really want to do that. If anything, just expand myself a little to not accidentally encounter the moon and affect my orbit out there. Min-miss, I'm not too worried about if I am possibly close to that. Other than slamming into min-miss, there's ever by chance that to happen. Yeah. Very hard to get perfectly on that, but yeah, that's good enough. Oh, hello. It's British. I'm guessing you're British, according to your name. Let me take you in a little trip. My supersonic ship. What's that from? Is that like from Sonic or something? But hello. Are you are British? Oh, it's a song. I guess I can't think of that song for some reason. You know, I should be able to tell it to like I do like a maneuver here and then, oh yeah, like see, 3-second burn, I'm suddenly like out like that. Let me, like, I wonder, what was that gonna, what was that encounter? That was an encounter with Min-Miss, I believe. Oh, yeah, a little encounter. Also, it does like do some effect to it. So I may need to. Well, it's kind of like warp my. Yeah, that kind of slows me down because of the angle I'm hitting Min-Miss. So I may want to like just expand out like this. It's only going to cost like a certain amount of. Just, I don't know if it's like really necessary to worry about. Oh, wait, you know what? I think I'm ever going to encounter Min-Miss because of my angle. What I may do, let me see if this is going to cost less than, just to make sure I don't encounter Min-Miss, because I don't need to equalize this orbit really. But just do this just to ensure more of no encounter. Yeah, this will cost less delta V, and I'll expand out just like that so I'm not hitting the moon's orbit and affecting my orbit. If I did like this, like it could like, well then again it could like then gravity assist me too much and kick me out of the orbit. I'm basically doing all this just to be on standby, but really what would be best for in here is to like essentially then just suddenly burn out right here that way. But I may have to like equalize my orbit later anyway. So we may like just see about that when it gets close and what direction my orbit just happens to be, because things don't rotate with your orbit of Kerbin and whatnot, or whatever you're orbiting with. It just kind of stays in a static orientation for some reason, when I don't think that's realistic on how orbits work. Like, let's say like this periapith is pointing towards the sun here. If let's say orbit of Kerbin quarter over that way, it's going to be like this. The periapis will be pointing that way. Like, that's how it's going to be. So I'll just do this anyway for now this way. Mainly to just give my orbits for surely and tilt it just a bit more just in case. I think it's pretty safe on where it is. I don't have an amount of range that, which is going to be even further down that way. Really, it's not going to cost much to tilt me. Apparently, it's like, could be like within like 10 delta V, 10, 20 meters a second to tilt myself from that altitude. Okay. But that would be within 22 days. And I made that just so I can do this without having to wait until I exit this orbit. Call this standby maneuver. Or Eve window. Just call it that. Just kind of leave myself a note next time. I always in times try to set myself on like in preparation in case I just happen to suddenly not like play a game for a month. But there's kind of reason I stick onto a game, and unless I suddenly want to jump with like friends on another game or so. But I tend to like to play one game very long until I'm like done on that game, and then I move to another. It's the reason haven't gone too much back on DCS. I've been just wanting to do stuff like on this game. It's kind of how I am with games. But even getting to the periaptis right here is going to be like an hour of real time. And if you literally have this running, that's what's kind of interesting about like how much time and why it's so required to go to. Yeah, it's like, what is that? One times 1 million. Is that what that is? I'm trying to count the zeros. Oh, I think it's 100,000 times. 100,000 times real time is kind of required because you get to like literally waiting like a year in real time. Like if I sat here, this game running for literally 22 days and 5 hours would take that long to like get there. Then again, I think that it's actually like 11 days of real life time because for a Kerbin day is like 6 hours. That's why that periapis is suddenly 23 days and 2 hours. Because 6 hours counts as a Kerbin day. So some of this timing you have to like. And then there's like, it's not 365 days in this game. It's 400 something days for a year. So for some reason they changed certain time things like that. What is this? Oh, that's just showing the next alarm. Which I wonder if it saves it like that. If I can remember leaving off like that on like why that's there. Doesn't exactly matter where I save it to. Oh, we already lost the revert time anyway. Revert flight. So these guys are definitely committed to this mission. So really hoping you guys aren't going to run out of fuel, and especially when I'm in the no return state heading for Eve. Also somewhat looking off the side to see if there's like someone to like someone to like raid to once. Simply I probably can raid like a lot of times, just happens to be like when I'm like ending at this time, and it's like especially like on the weekend he seems to stream around this time, being Australia. He's an Australia time zone, so let me get a drink of water. I'm talking so much and trying to talk a little softly, throat gets a little dry. But yeah, I wanted to, I think it's save 4. Yeah, save 4 is next. I have these 5 saves, and I just cycle down through them just in case I want to like reload further back for any reason. Hi, hi, Jay Raider. Yeah, because I do want to get to sleep, like essentially doing like cutting myself off to do any more on it. Yeah, I'm just doing like a final save and going to raid out to someone. So yeah, want save 4. The last we did, or last it's kind of interesting mentally, like like at times you want to like include the people when it's like it's not you guys at all saving, but I'm like saying we saving, and kind of funny thing with how we speak sometimes, like with the language like that. But yeah, so yeah, we just to explain like essentially what we just did with this flight, uh, or with this rocket destination, whatnot. We're doing a gravity assist with the moon to like expand our orbit way out here, and then I plan to do a burn to like ensure we don't hit any more encounters to affect our gravity or our orbit by the gravity of any of the moons, uh, in preparation to whenever we Eve gets in position to set off for it. That way I don't have to try to get into all this orbit and then miss the time to like just head off of Kerbin's orbit. And it's basically whenever it would be going to the left of the sun. In this orientation, it's going to like counter against our orbit of Kerbin because we're slowing ourselves down a little bit of that orbit that we're stuck in Kerbin of right at the moment to essentially descend onto Eve. So yeah. Yep. Oh, and there's apparently a kind of a time positioning thing of even rotation wise, which I'm thinking of like the other things we don't even bother with. Oh, I wonder if we just about missed the window again for Duna. Or I think we missed that window like for a while now. So at a certain rate, I might, with like insane over-engineered Delta Venus, I'll just take whatever time escape and not worry about that. Like maybe sometime I'll shoot for Duna, whether it's the right window or not, and deal with however much Delta V it takes. Okay. We're set into that. Just quit the menu here. I wonder what the either options that I'm seeing, by the way, possibly mature content, just saying. So just out of that little warning. But it's a Darkened Tiger. Always it's always been like a bit of amusement of how we met, or how I basically met him on, like, so he was wearing Rexium from like someone that textured for him, which I thought was like a neat like texture, and noticing like he kind of like, I guess like out of curiosity, or just like seeing that he didn't knew that I really made the Rexium, I did this simple question of like, oh, who created the avatar? Seeing if like he would look at the credits, or so in a silly way, to like either like to look at the credits, but like someone by like said like, oh, that was Rezillo Riker, and it's like, oh, there you go, that's the creator, and it did like a big double take on, oh, wait, that's the person in chat. And he said that he like, now I feel a little silly, and he kind of like laughed about it, and was it was pretty much like an amusing moment, and thought that was like a funny nice like a way we like got introduced of each other, and which then I just a little later popped in VR chat and came up to him if he first, like seeing if he was like fine for me to join in, and got to talk with each other a little bit more, or got to because I thought he was like nice, and like watching his stream, and sounded like kind of sweet. Trying to think of like how to better explain while I'm just like simply trying to type out the raid. Here we go. So yeah, Darkened Tiger. He's a nice little Australian. Usually has like tiger avatar and all that. So I feel like sending him to and as the channel says, like, is intended for mature audience. Just as like small like warning that if you're underage, may not be streamed for you. I'll do that just to show it on chat. And thanks for dropping by. Maybe not by forever, but sometimes you never know. Plan to get on more. I want to do a lot more Kerbin still. Do this shout out just because it like may help his views as well. If you wish to follow and say hi to Darkin, again, as I was saying, he's pretty nice. But may differ on like beliefs and such, and again, like, is mature. But take care, everyone. God bless. Bye bye.